Both the sessions have been very carefully designed to bridge the gap between the theory and the practice by unpacking the core principles of UDL and demonstrating actionable strategies that teachers can adapt within the real-life inclusive setting. So as part of our research methodology, this workshop also marks a pivotal moment in our data collection process too. The post-workshop assessment will allow us to assess the extent of conceptual gain and to document how structured training influences teachers' perception and pedagogical approaches related to UDL. And we are fortunate to be joined today by two renowned experts in this field, Professor Preeti Verma Madam and Dr. Apurva Panshikar Madam, who bring with them a wealth of experience and insight into inclusive education, I must say. So we are confident that their contributions will add immense value to our learning. I sincerely hope that today's interaction spark thoughtful reflection, practical inspiration, and a shared commitment to embedding UDL in our professional practice. So let this workshop be a step forward, making our classrooms truly inclusive space for every learner. So thank you all once again for your enthusiastic participation and for your unwavering commitment to the cause of inclusive education. Thank you once and all. Thank you. Over to Priyanka.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the context so eloquently and connecting us with the vision behind this workshop. So let us now begin with our first technical session. To begin with, I would like to introduce Dr. Preeti Verma, ma'am, our esteemed speaker for the first session. Professor Preeti Verma, ma'am, has been former head, Department of Special Education, SNDT, Women's University, Mumbai. She was Associated Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, IQAC Coordinator, and Chairperson of Internal Complaint Committee. She has conducted researches in special education and inclusive education in national and international projects. Her research papers have been published in reputed journals. Her research interests are in inclusive education, learning disability, intellectual disability, psychometric testing, development of test, curriculum development, and teacher education. She conducts workshops for mainstream teachers, special education teachers, parents, and students on various themes. She has written self-learning material for Mauritius Institute of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, and National Institute of Open Schooling. Professor Verma has more than 30 years of experience in teaching, administration, research, and training teachers. She has a master's in psychology and education and PhD in special education. She is a trained clinical psychologist and teacher educator. She is also the founder of Adira Center for Disability Studies, Inclusion and Empowerment. She will now be speaking on the topic of concepts of universal design for learning. Over to you, ma'am.
I think ma'am has not yet joined. Let us just check. Just wait for us. Wait with us. We'll check.
I'm very much there. I'm very much there.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Most welcome, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you, ma'am.
morning.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. It was only I was trying to hunt for my PPT where I had put it, so that is why I was on mute.
Okay. Please take your time, ma'am. No problem.
No. I'm done. I'm done. No problem. So, thank you so much, Antara and Priyanka, for this lovely introduction. After so many years of teaching, I do feel that there's no need to introduce. It's absolutely fine, and thank you, Department of Special Education, NSOU, for giving me this opportunity to share a bit of my knowledge on UDL. And I was telling Antara that she is a better person to do this because of she's worked extensively, almost 8 years on UDL. So nonetheless, I will try my level best to convey what UDL is, and also please bear with me. I will start my presentation just now. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It is
Thank
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So today, what we have been asked to talk about the concept of universal design for learning. And basically, what we are doing when we talk about universal design for learning, we are actually transforming education through inclusive decisions. Now, this may not be very visible to you, but I will read it out, and after that, I would ask you to tell me something. Uh, Here, there is a clearing path for people with special needs, and you have this is actually a very common picture which we in special education we use it, and like it says, could you please shovel the ramp? There's this person with disabilities on the wheelchair, and the person is saying all these other kids are waiting to use the stairs, so when I get through the shoveling them off, then I will clear the ramp for you. And then somebody says, but if you shovel, the person with disability says that if you shovel the ramp, we can all get in. What does this indicate to you? Could somebody please unmute and tell?
Ma'am, inclusion?
Very good. It is talking about inclusion, but it is anything else? Does it also talk about some form of a discrimination? Yes or no?
Equity, ma'am.
It is giving equal opportunity, which the person says, but the person with the shovel says that I also need to clear the stairs. Let them go first, then I will let you in.
Yes, ma'am. There is discrimination.
Yes, and there is discrimination. So my point is that if we are giving equal opportunity, equal accessibility, we need to follow a universal design around us. And that can be through ramps, it can be through curb cuts, it could be electric doors, it could be your captions on the televisions, it could be your easy grip tools. A universal design should be there everywhere. So the UDL, the UD, that is the universal design assumption, is that not one size fits all. So, but there are alternatives for everyone, not added on later. Like, I will clear up the staircase and then you can come. Or I have made the stairs, now how does the wheelchair get in? So not designed. But it should be designed from the very beginning. We need to think about it before we start to plan. Not access for some, but access for everyone. So this is what the UDL, the universal design states. Not one size fits all, not added on later, not access for some. Now, the UDL design for learning, it is a framework which reduces or removes barriers by anticipating the needs of all the students. So once I know the needs of my students, I will try to remove the barriers which are there. So what is universal design for learning? It is a framework for designing the curriculum. It gives equal opportunity to all to learn. And the union is the practice of embedded flexible strategies into the curriculum during the planning process so that all students can access, everyone can have the learning solutions. This is by CAST. Now, if you Google, CAST was the first organization which started with universal design for learning decades ago. And they talk about universal design for learning. They talk about differentiated instructions. So if you ever have a chance, go through their website and see what wonderful work they are doing, how well they're planning their lesson plans in universal designs. So when we use universal strategies for instructions, they're actually the front loaded rather than retrofitted. You start from the very beginning, you load it rather than adding something from behind. It is more efficient in the long run. It benefits more students and it is more acceptable by the students. Yes, Vivo V2315, you have raised your hand. Is there something that you need to ask? So UDL is a proactive design of curricula. It has educational goals, it has its methods, it has its material, it has its assessments. It enables all individuals to gain knowledge, to be enthusiastic about their learning, to develop skills, to enhance their skills. Yes, please, Mr. Vivo, you're raising your hand. So when we talk about UDL, it is more than a lecture format. It is not a one delivery method. So you are designing quality instructions from the very beginning, from the onset of the lesson. You are providing multiple opportunities to the students to learn, to be able to demonstrate their knowledge, to demonstrate their understanding of the material which has been presented, to be able to demonstrate the skill that they have learned. the knowledge that they have gained. So it creates experiences for students regardless of the disability. They participate in the lesson through variety of mediums. So yes. Yes, Mr. Samsung, are you asking a question, or if not, then please mute yourself. Now, UDL will support culture, ethnicity, language, and academic diversity. So we have children from all various backgrounds, from different cultural backgrounds, from different ethnicity, from different linguistic groups, and from academic diverse groups also. So all the teachers, the educators, we need to know the class profile to be able to cater to the diverse needs of the students. It is like, you have these in a class where you have 50 students, where only the first 3 rows are the ones who are answering you. The first 3 rows is to whom the teachers are teaching, and all the other are distance education students, because nobody is bothered about them. They will learn on their own. Their parents will teach them. They will do tuitions, but the class teacher does not pay so much attention. But what is required from the teacher is that he or she should know the profile of her children in the classroom. What background are they coming from? What is the ethnicity? What are the languages that the children are speaking? And what is their academic background? Are they slow learners? Are they children with disabilities? Are they children who need special attention? What is it that they are looking for? So UDL is not causing or setting up barriers. In fact, UDL breaks down all barriers. It breaks all barriers. It breaks any cultural barrier which are there. They're making children work together. And UDL uses a lot of assistive and supportive technologies. So when I have assistive and supportive technologies, then I'm able to cater to more number of children, rather than to just the couple of students who are answering me. Yes, Dr. Abhinandan. Dr. Panigrahi, you have a question? So, if we talk about the brain, learning takes place as to the recognition networks, then there is the effective networks, and there is the strategic networks. So the recognition is talking about the what of learning. The affective is talking about why of learning. And the strategic network is talking about the how of learning. So now if we have to tailor make our teaching, if we need to improve our teaching, and if we need to fit into these networks of learning, into the what, how, and why of learning, we need to know more about UDL, and we also need to see what are the different principles of UDL. one must recognize information, ideas, and concepts. One must be able to apply strategies to process the information, and one must be engaged. So this is how I am going to recognize, how I am going to present, how am I going to apply that strategy, and how am I going to be engaged. So in UDL, we need to plan for all learners. We need to set goals. We need to set classroom profiles. We need to identify methods, materials, assessment, what are the barriers which are there, and then apply the UDL principles, and then teach UDL lessons in the classroom. Now, let me see the history of UDL. The American Disability Act prompted the rethinking about the structural design for disabled individuals. So whether it was automatic doors, whether it was disabled parking, whether it was assistive technologies. So that is how the concept started. So then the concept of universal design also applied to web page designs. So if you've noticed any website, it would have the fonts, the different fonts you can use, the language we can use. You can have the speech to text also, text to speech also. So all those provisions are then got added into this to remove the barriers. So then when the universal design was introduced to give more access to people who were hearing impaired, to people who were visually impaired, to people who were also physically impaired. And more recently, the term UDL started being applied in education also. Now, this is taking care of the entire class, besides providing support to children with, let's say, learning disability, children with autism, children with intellectual disabilities, and in general, the whole class benefits. So it entered the education arena or the education world because the technology was made more available to make this possible. So you have assisted devices, you have these various portals, you have these softwares with the children use, and that is how learning is taking place. So in the mid-1990s, the concept of universal design was applied to education. Again, I am referring to www.cast.org. Please visit that site to get more information about UDL. Now, this was a national initiative, and it became very, very popular in most countries. And these days, most countries are using UDL. Now, educational reforms that have set the stage for UDL. So the classroom demographic changes have happened. So you have, like, in the mainstream classroom, you have children with disabilities now. You, under the RTI, that is the right to RTE, right to education. You have children from low socioeconomic status also. So the class demographics, and you have children from various others ethnicities. So this class formation or the demographics have changed. There's greater understanding of the brain development and learning, the neural pathways for learning. And that is why, since we understand the brain better, that is why we are able to apply various other principles and inclusive strategies. Understanding that one size does not fit all. Now, this is become like a a catchy phrase. One size does not fit all. In every conference, in every seminar, in every lecture, at least this would definitely be mentioned, because this is very important. But it is, yes, a very, very catchy phrase where we keep saying one size does not fit all. And then after that, we had the educational legislations. The emphasis was on progress for all the children. Keeping the NEP 2020 in mind, there also the emphasis is education for all the children. So UDL harnesses the power and flexibility of modern technology. So assistive devices, technology that have helped in enhancing learning for all the children. So technology provided the flexibility which was needed to adjust to the learner's differences. And that is why this modern technology was so important at that point of time when we introduced UDL. And even in India, when it was introduced, technology played a very important aspect. Of course, in the US and in US, UK, Canada, Australia, etc., they were using universal design of learning. But I think UDL became more prominent in India in the past, I think, a decade and a half, not earlier than that. So flexible strategies for all students is the hallmark of UDL. Now, when we are using a curriculum which is rooted in 3 UDL principles, I'm coming to those principles just now. Teachers provide flexible ways of presenting their lesson content. So presentation is a principle. Teachers provide flexible options for student engagement. Student engagement is a principle. And flexible methods of expression and assessment. So, what do the students get? The students get the option for how they receive content. I can receive my content through a textbook. I can receive my content through a software. I can receive my content through a video. The choices which are given as teaching learning material, what we used to call, will engage the student's interest. So when I'm giving options, I'm giving flexible options for the child to be engaged, it will increase the student's interest. And when I give the option of expressing yourself, either orally or the option of giving you an assignment or an assessment, the students have the choice as to how to demonstrate their learning. How do they want to be assessed? How do they want to express their learning? So the three principles of UDL are multiple means of representation, the what of learning, how information is presented to the learner. What is the student learning? How is it that, how is he learning? That is, what information is going to him. The second is the multiple means of engagement, which is the why of learning. How are learners motivated and engaged? What can I do to engage my students? What can I do to motivate my students to pay attention, to be involved in the activity? And the third principle is multiple means of expression, the how of learning. How is the student going to demonstrate their knowledge? What is the choice that the student will make in order to demonstrate whether learning has taken place in or not? So these three principles, they work together to create flexible, inclusive learning environment. So there are two things. Earlier, it was just the flexible strategies, which was the key word. And now it is flexible and inclusive learning environment. I can be very flexible, but my environment in which I'm teaching, in which I'm assessing, in which I'm engaging my students is not inclusive. Then your purpose is not solved. It has to be an inclusive classroom where you have all children with different skills, different backgrounds. Okay, so if I say we go deeper into this, and if I say multiple means of representation, so it provides the what of learning. Why is it important? Each student has a different sensory abilities. We all have different sensory abilities. Some may be very active, some may be less active. Students are varying in their language and cultural background. So if they are varying in their cultural backgrounds, then what I am teaching, will the student benefit? Or do I need to take care of the child's language? So while I'm teaching, is it possible for me to talk in the mother tongue? Is it possible for me? Is it possible? Somebody is writing on the slide. You need to highlight something or you need to tell something. Please let me know. And also you may be having children in your class who may be having learning disabilities. So if you have learning disabilities, which is affecting your information processing, taking information back and forth, not being able to remember what I just studied. I have these children also in my class. What do I do then? I have a child who is, let's say, hearing impaired. I have a child who has learning disabilities. I'm teaching him something. All the other children have understood, but this child understood, but later on says he has forgotten, he doesn't know. You ask questions, he says he doesn't know. How do you do? What do you do in your class then? Someshwari, please switch off your pencil that you're using. It's distracting me. Prior knowledge and experience differ greatly. So, what is the student's previous knowledge? How is the student using that previous knowledge? Does the student still remember what he learned last time? What are his experiences with the school subjects? Maybe there may be a phobia for maths, there may be a phobia for science, as a result of which the student is not doing very well. What do I do? So that is the what of learning. When I am deciding what I want to teach, then you have to keep in mind the demographics of your student, the sensory needs of your students, the educational needs of your students, and your students' previous knowledge and experience. Now, how am I going to do that? I need to have some guidelines. So, like, in perception, I can have a visual and auditory alternatives I can use. I can use captions and descriptions. So, those children who are hearing impaired, captions will help them. A description of something will help them. I can give a visual and auditory. There are some children who are auditory learners. There are some children who are visual learners. So I need to keep that in mind. Customizable displays. So whatever displays I'm using, I'm customizing it for my population. I am displaying, which will take care of my children who are in the mainstream school, who have no issues. But I also have a child with hearing impairment. So for that particular child, I will put a description. I will write a description. Or if there is a child with hearing impairment, I will write the description in Braille, which the child can read. Or if you have a child with learning disability who is either an auditory or a visual learner, I will have an audio clip as well. So when you have, in terms of language and symbols, you can use multiple forms. You can formats, you can use text, you can use videos, you can use audios. You can support vocabulary. You can have multiple languages if possible. You may be having, other co-workers who may be efficient in a particular language. So you can have multiple language. You explain in English, then you can also explain in other languages. Comprehension is background knowledge, your knowledge activation. So what is it that the child already knows? How much has he mastered? What skills have been learned? Information processing patterns. Is it that the child forgets immediately? Or if the child does not, let's say, does not drill or practice, that he forgets, which means there's a problem with organization. There's a problem with planning his thoughts, organizing his thoughts. So what is the pattern of information processing patterns? Like you may be having children who may be like, you know, the teacher may be asking, okay, like, you know, answer this question, and he's thinking, teacher feels that he doesn't know the answer, and then asks the child and goes on to the next question, and then the child gives that answer. So he has taken that much time to process information. Now, if as a teacher, if I can understand that he will take so much time to process that information and give that answer, I will give him that time. So transfer and generalization support. How do you think transfer of knowledge will take place? How do you think generalization will take place? Our objective is generalization, that whatever I'm teaching, any particular, the child should be able to generalize it later. So you can have visual representations, you can have audio tapes. There are a couple of Solo and Kurzweil, which are the softwares which are available. You can have multimedia presentations. You can have a window movie maker. You can have PowerPoint presentation with Power Talk. So those children who are hearing impaired will read the PowerPoint, whereas children with visual impairment with PowerPoint, they will be able to listen to what the presentation is. Then you can have various internet web links which can be used. You can teach the child to access definitions, illustrations, sound files, pictures. Now, all that you can do. Now, what I'm telling you is the different ways through which you can teach multiple means of representation. I'm giving you an example over here. Is suppose you have to teach history lesson on World War II. So your visual, the representations that you can use maps, you can use photographs, you can use infographics, you can use timelines. Auditory, you could record testimonies, what happened during that time, maybe from other historians, from people who are there, who have written books on it. You can record music of that time. You can make documentaries. You can textual, you can have primary documents, you can have simplified text, you can have graphic novels. And digital, again, interactive websites where you can have a virtual museum tours. So this in case if you have to teach a history lesson. In case if you want to have to teach a science concept, for example, your photosynthesis. So you have hands-on training. So you can grow a plant under different light conditions, visual, you can have diagrams, you can have animations, animation to show the process. You can have analogies, you compare it to a factory, compare it to a kitchen, that how things grow over there also. And technology, you can have a simulation software, you can have microscopic images. Now, your question, if you are using these different modalities, suppose you have to present the concept of fractions to different learning preferences and abilities. How are you going to do that? I've given you two examples, one of history, one of science, now one of maths. If I need to teach fractions, what would your visual modality be? What would your auditory modality be? Can there be a hands-on? Yes, there can be hands-on. I can get a cake and I can get a bread and I can get a chapati and I can teach them fractions. I can take a stick and I can break it up and teach them fractions. So we need to keep in mind the preferences, the learning preferences and abilities. The next is your multiple means of engagement. The multiple means of engagement is providing the why of learning. Why is this crucial? Because students have different motivations, they have different interests, they have different cultural backgrounds. What is meaningful to them? Their anxiety, their fears can block their learning. Their self-regulation skills can vary widely. Now, all these things are so important. And now my question is, why do you want to teach them? So I want to teach them so that I can maintain their interest, the why. So I can give them various choices of content. I can give them various tools. I can tell them the relevance and authenticity of a particular content. I can minimize their threats and distractions because I have a fear. I come from a background where nobody is accepting me. I come from a background where my classmates don't know about it. Then I am fearful, I'm frustrated, I'm anxious. So I want to minimize these threats. So that is what is my why of learning. Sustaining efforts. I'm fostering collaboration. I'm asking community to help me. One day will not be enough. It needs to be done over a period of time so that learning is taking place. The stakeholders are involved, the other collaborators are involved, the community is involved. The child learns to work with in the community. Increases mastery-oriented feedback. So when I am making efforts and I am helping the child, what is happening is the why is that it is increasing the mastery-oriented. It is helping in master the content. And it is emphasizing process over product. It is emphasizing how you are going to learn rather than the end, this is what you have learned. No, how is important. Because when I talk about the process, I can always make modification, refinements while this process is continuing, rather than go to the end and say, oh, now we need to make changes. Self-regulation is very important. Being able to control one's emotions, being able to promote expectations, believe that optimized motivation is taking place, helping the child to cope using different skills and strategies, choosing different coping skills and strategies, reduce the stress levels, helping the child to develop self-assessment and self-reflection. How we can do this? we can provide various learning choices. Now, you can give audio-visual hands-on training. You can use multimedia, various projects you can do. You can have web quest. You can have project-based inquiry. You can have email projects where you are exchanging emails and working on your projects, writing to people, getting information. And you can have a cooperative learning projects where all children sit together and work. Now, if we talk about engagement in the classroom, how are we going to do it? Suppose you have to teach, you have a reading comprehension project. The choice is the student can select from different genres or topic. So you give a wide choice and you say, okay, this is what we are going to do. Objective is comprehension. So you can give different genres, you can give different topics. Relevance, you have to connect it with the current events. You have to connect it with students' interest. Collaboration, you have book clubs, you can have peer discussions, you can have shared online spaces. Now, book clubs also are very important where children get together, they decide on a book, and then they discuss that book. And when they're discussing that book, they're discussing the characters, they're discussing the settings, they're discussing the intentions of the characters. And that is how, like, your comprehension develops, your vocabulary develops, your expression is improved. So the goal then becomes that the student sets personal reading goals and also tracks progress. Now, if I take an example of the maths problem solving skills. Now, problem solving maths is, we always see that how it can be anything that we are learning. So our objective is that will this student be able to use these skills in real world context? So you take problems from the community, you take problems from real world scenarios. You can have multiple difficulty levels. So you start with a simple difficulty level, go on to more complex levels. Persistence support, you teach them to problem solve strategies. Children with learning disabilities give up very soon. So persistence is important. Celebration is very important. Acknowledge the effort and strategy that the child has used. Not only give a very good or a good on to a correct answer. What we do is when we get a correct answer, we say, oh, yes, that was good. But do we ever say, appreciate the child who's made an effort, who's gone to the library, who's found out some information? That information may not be very relevant because the child has a problem in comprehension, hence may not have been able to comprehend what exactly you were looking for. Or even after reading it, does not know that, whether this material is of importance to me or not. But then he's made an effort, celebrate that. Give that feeling of meaningfulness to the child that, yes, I was also contributed and I got some information. Okay, so if we have to engage the students in the classroom, we need to think what strategies can you use to engage the child in the classroom. what strategies can you use during challenging tasks? So when there is a challenging task, children with special needs may just give up. So I need to build up their motivation. I need to keep reinforcing them. I need to bring them back to task again. If they feel that they're not able to do further. The next one is your last principle is your multiple means of action and expression. This is providing the how of learning. Why does this matter? So physical children may be having n number of abilities. They may differ on their physical abilities, their motor abilities, their language expressions. Some may be excelling in written work, others may be doing work very well orally, some may be very good at creative expression. So this executive function skills develops at different rates. Executive functioning is your ability to plan, ability to organize, ability to self-regulate, ability to be able to contain one's emotions. This develops at different rates for different people. But most of our children, they lack this executive functioning skills. So when we are planning a strategy, make sure that if you have found out that the child is lacking in planning, lacking in organization, lacking in self-regulation, please have strategies to overcome those or to reduce the deficits. Now, again, if you have to use your guidelines, then it is the physical action, very response methods, different ways of answering, optimize access to tools. You have various softwares, allow them to use it, and support different motor abilities. So if, like, maybe the child may be wanting to, may be able to, let's say, learn by doing, allow him to do that. Expression and communication is multimedia for communication you can use. You can support for practice and performance. You can use graduated support for fluency. Now, those children who have difficulty in reading will also have difficulty. It is generally difficulty in fluency. They may not be able to speak fluently. They may not be able to read fluently. So that support we need to give it to them. And when it comes to executive functions, so I need to guide my students for appropriate goal setting, to support plan and strategy development. Planning again. What strategies am I going to use? Facilitate managing information. I have the information, how do I manage it? How do I use it appropriately? And the resources. Enhance capacity for monitoring progress. So progress monitoring is very important. And as a teacher, what can I do to enhance this capacity? So you can use your graphic tools. You can use your keyboarding with spellings. Those children who have difficulty with spellings, allow them to use the spell checks on the computer. You can have various graphic organizers. You can do a podcasting, allow them to listen. You can use graphs, you can use collages, you can use multimedia. So allow them to use PowerPoints, Windows, the movie makers, which is there. See, when you're doing all these it is less threatening, and it engages the child for a longer period of time. You can product models, then you can draw, you can make a video, you can use a digital photographs, you can do a reporting. So all these are ways which you can use. The classroom example, if I take the option for science, then a traditional approach would be a written test or a research paper. A creative approach would be to create a poster. You can model it, you can use infographics. A digital approach would be you can record a video, you can explain, you can do a podcast, teach the children to do podcast. A performance would be demonstrate through an experiment, or you can present. A collaborative would be where you allow the students to work in a group and where individual roles are also very well defined. Now, writing assignment scaffolds. Scaffold means support. So in case if there is a child who has writing issues, what is the support that I can give my child? You can have graphic organizers, you can have storyboards. So then you can have technology support where you can use voice to text and spell checks, and you have the grammar tools. These days, all examination boards allow the children to use computers. Process support. So where you can have a conference with the teacher, an interaction with the teacher, you can have your peer edit your work, you can have your revisions, you can have your checklist. And if you're using all this process, the child is able to self-evaluate, self-reflect, and can also try to modify one's own learning. So alternative formats can be your digital storytelling, it could be your comic strips, it could be your presentations. Suppose you need to consider this. This is for you for later in case if you want to do. Suppose you want to assess students' understanding of a complex topic like climate change. Using your multiple means of expression, what is it that you are going to use? How can you make it creative? How can you use digital support? How can you make the process important? What can be the alternative formats that you can do? Is there any technology support? Is there any software support? Are there any graphic organizers that might, or infographics which the child can use? Now, this is for you to think. Now, if you have to implement UDL in your classroom, you will start with the curriculum design. Before you teach, you ask the following questions. What are the learning goals? What is the most important learning goal or essential learning goal which I need to understand first? What are the barriers that are preventing students from reaching these goals? And how can I provide multiple pathways to success? Answer these questions, ask these questions, try to answer these questions, and you will be able to prepare your plan. Then comes your planning phase. In your planning phase, you will identify your learning objectives. That was my learning objective. Now I need to plan. What is the student variability? What are the differences in the students? What is the student diversity, student culture, language which is being used? Design flexible materials and method. What material can I use, which I can use for a child who has disability, for a child who has a language issue, for a child who comes from a totally different culture? How can I make my material flexible where it can be used for everybody? Plan multiple assessment options. And then comes your implementation phase. You offer choices regularly. When you're planning, you say, okay, I can use this material, I can use this material, I can use this material, I can ask questions like this, I can ask questions like this. I can make my student do an assignment, I can make my student make a movie. Give the choice to the student. Check for understanding frequently. Do not leave the child. Keep asking, and that becomes your check whether or not the student is understanding. Make adjustments based on students' needs. Collect data on whatever works, whatever material, whatever methodology, whatever technique, whatever resource, whatever technology you are using. If that has worked, collect data, make a note of that. We only believe in evidence-based practices, not any random strategy, not any random technique, all evidence-based. So UDL is not about lowering standards. It is about providing multiple ways to meet high expectations. So don't think that we are providing so many opportunities, so many materials, so the standard would lower. No, it is not lowering your standard. When you're providing these supports, it is meeting higher expectations. We expect that the student will perform at a higher level. What would be the positive impact of UDL in your school? The students will be engaged in the learning activities because they are interested, they are motivated to learn. The learning tasks are more practical, they are more student-centered rather than being theoretical and more teacher-centered. So, student gets a choice to present the learning outcome of their choice. I am presenting a movie. I've made a video. I'm presenting that to you. Now you tell me where I've gone wrong and what improvements can I make. Students feel valued. They feel supportive. They feel like, because of the assistive technologies being provided to them, they feel that learning, they're able to learn better. Alternative and flexible methods. So when we use flexible methods, we are anticipating better participation, and we are also anticipating that all children in that inclusive classroom would benefit. Caters to all students, not just to those who need assistive technologies. These days, earlier assistive technology was being used by children with, let's say, visual impairment, hearing impairment. These days, there's so many softwares which meant for children with autism, children with learning disability, children with ID, children with VI. So all these are effective. Teachers can present their material in several ways, and all students have the capacity and the opportunity to increased achievement. So thus, there would be a higher standard of learner achievement in the school. Again, the impact of UDL in the classroom, the benefits for the student is that there's increased engagement. Students have the choice what they want to learn, how they want to learn, and how they want to showcase their work. The better learning outcomes because there are multiple pathways. They get more chance for success. Rather than giving them one test, failing them, there's no other scope for success. Greater independence. So students learn to advocate for their own needs. They say, no, this is what I want. This is how I learn better. The self-confidence increases. So when I'm getting success, it builds my self-confidence is building on my success. Enhanced collaboration. So there are diverse strengths are recognized and they are valued. How does it benefit the teachers? Reduces the need for individual accommodations. So the flexibility is built in and which serves more number of students. The teaching becomes more effective, instructions become more effective, teachers understand the learner variability, which improves their teaching styles. It improves the teaching learning process. There's greater job satisfaction. So seeing all students succeed is very, very rewarding. Again, professional growth is there. The teachers are also continuously reflecting, they are adapting to develop, adapting to the needs of the student, they're developing their own expertise. And also, like, this is also evidence-based, like, your when you the when you're using UDL principles, you are seeing improvement in the student achievement. You're seeing improvement in the way the student is engaged, and the classroom climate for all the learners improves because of using the principles of UDL. So, getting started with UDL, how do we start with UDL? How would your UDL journey be? So, you begin with small steps. You first find out the diversity in your classroom. How diverse are the children? Identify where students struggle most. Consider what barriers might exist. Now, all these are small steps, small observations that you need to make. Try one principle first. Whether you're using principle of representation, use that first. Presentation. Choose one principle first to focus on. Implement on one small change. Observe how the student will respond. Build and expand. So once you have done this, gradually you keep incorporating more UDL elements. Don't start with all three together. Start with one. Once you feel that you have got a hang of it, The students have also understood you can control the class better, you can organize and plan better, then go on to the next principal, and then go on to the third principal. And finally, you can integrate all. You can collaborate with your colleagues. You can seek professional development opportunities. So let me say that UDL is a practice, it is not a destination. That a quick relook at what your curriculum, at the curriculum. So you start with a manageable curriculum. Be clear on the goals or the unit that you're going to teach. Be clear on what students need to do to show mastery. Determine what the instructional barriers are for a range of students. Determine what tools would help this. Identify more flexible methods, materials, and your assessment. So every small step towards inclusive design makes a difference in the student's life. And this is what is very important, that any small difference, small effort that we make makes a difference in the life of the student. So stepping forward, you can challenge yourself, create a flexible digital material. You can attend in-school and out-of-school training on tools which are available. Use internet to locate curriculum-specific digital materials. Let me tell you one thing. Our internet is full of material for children with special needs. There are some which are paid, there are some which are free. Go for the free resources. Why do you have to pay for it? Increase awareness of UDL principle in your own school. Make a commitment as a school to make curriculum material more flexible. Foster school team collaboration so that you can share the work. You can move towards universally designed curriculum. Look for ways to increase classroom computers at your school. So, define flexible, clear, smart learning goals. SMART is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Consider the impact of learner variability. Determine meaningful, informative assessment. Choose effective instructional methods and materials. Teach and assess students' learning. Refine lessons through reflection. Now, most of this, I would say, in fact, all of this at various times is very, very important and achievable. It is not that it is not achievable. If you want to do the whole thing, may not be possible. Yes, with our education settings, it is possible that it may take time. But let me tell you that most of these international schools, they're using UDL and DI. So if they can use it, we can also use. So with this, I have finished my presentation. In case if there are any questions, please ask. Any incidents, any sharing that you need to do, please do. Any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful session. Now Now it's open for discussion. If you have any question, and I'm sure there are so many questions coming in your mind, ideas, so you can share. Even you can have give your feedback also on this session. Please
That's
unmute yourself and yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
that's what I said, that in case if there's
Yes,
any
yes,
sharing that you need, any observations that you have.
yes.
Yes, Priyanka, you will. Priyanka Ghosh, you will get the PPT later on.
PPT I'll share with you all, but before that, it's a,
Ask
I mean,
questions if you have anything.
yeah, it's an opportunity to, I mean, discuss with ma'am.
Oh,
She's
there's
having
been
vast experience, so please unmute, and even if you give your feedback also, that
no,
will
they're
be also.
saying host not allowing to unmute.
Host not allowing.
To
Just
unmute.
raise your hand. Those who want to say something, raise your hand. Okay, Seema. Seema. Priyanka, I request you, could you please make them, help them to unmute?
Yes,
Those
ma'am,
who have
sure, ma'am.
raised hand. As a co-host, I think you'll be able to. They are writing in the chat box. It's a wonderful session, definitely. And I just take this privilege to conclude. I mean, discussion will be go on, but still, this actually I
Ma'am, I cannot unmute them. Actually, I do not have that um,
okay,
control
okay,
from my
Hello,
end.
yes, yes,
hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
yes,
Chanchal speaking.
somebody had said that, Vrinda, I think, that how do you get these resources? There's teacher pay teachers, so you can get there are some free resources and there are some paid resources. So just download the free resources. You will get n number of worksheets. And like, when you're typing, then say, like, free resources for means of representation or free resources for perception, you will get it. Free worksheets for, you just have to keep using different catchwords and you will get all the resources. Yes, somebody was asking a question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Shanchali from Berhampur, Murshidabad district.
Hmm.
I'm a special education IDD from BED. Ma'am, and I'm an assistant teacher of a government school. I want to ask that if I want to create a language room or language hub in my school, as my school there are various kinds of students from different cultural background, even language. Linguistic background. So, if I want to create a language hub, so what will be the good resources to create UDL or to serve the UDL purpose through the language room?
Yeah, language room again, if see, take one subject, do UDL in that, you will get success, children will improve. In language, you can use videos, you can use audios, you can use your translators, your let's say from English to Bengali or Bengali to English, whatever. You can use various books, you can use pictures, you can ask the students to prepare a small maybe a small song or a theme song or a movie. You can do all that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, ma'am.
within the
And the
group.
session is
Sorry,
really the session is very helpful for us, for all of us. And thank you for your
you're
session,
welcome.
ma'am.
You're welcome,
Okay.
Charlie. You're
Okay.
welcome. Any doubts you have, you can always connect with Antara ma'am, and Antara ma'am can connect with me. So
sure, ma'am.
you're
Ma'am,
welcome.
there is one questions from Seema. Hi, ma'am. A wonderful session. I wanted to know how to create hands-on activities based on UDL? Could you provide with few examples? Thank you.
Okay, hands-on activity, I've given you n number of examples, like the fraction. Based on UDL, hands-on activity number one, first decide on the topic that you want to teach. And then decide whether there can be a hands-on activity. I gave an example of fractions, and I said, like, you can use a carrot, you can use a chapati, you can use rice, whatever they're using, just cut it into smaller parts and say, and teach them fractions. Pizza is one thing which we all use. That's hands-on activity. If you're teaching the, let's say the water cycle, use that, make them boil water, see how evaporation happens, right? All that is hands-on activity. Now that would again depend upon the topic that you are taking. So some you're making them do, some maybe you're asking. These days children will be more than happy to use their mother's phone to make a video, to talk to you, to do a podcast. Teach them all that and they will learn more. Because see, you're not leaving them. You're using all these. You are still not ignoring the content that they want to do, which is there in their curriculum. I want to make that clear. So content, they're deciding what they want to learn, right? But I'm saying that these are the things that you need to do. Today, let's do this. Tomorrow, okay, I'm giving you a choice. We are not doing away with the content. We tell them the content. And then when they do all these ways, it ensures that learning is taking place. Okay, Fatima? Seema?
I think Seema and others also got their answer, and very well explained, ma'am. Thank you. And there is another question that from Smita. Can UDL be used to support students with CVTs or complex learning needs?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes, UDL can be used. Of course, it will be based upon their level of functioning. So you will take those activities based upon the level of functioning.
Any more question? You can drop your question in the chat box also, or you can just unmute yourself and interact with us. Interact with ma'am.
Rajiv is there. Rajiv?
Rajiv. Okay.
Yes. No, it is not showing UDL on charts. UDL is a process. It is an approach. Charts you are using as one of the techniques to teach, one of the methods to teach. Okay. UDL is not a material. UDL is not a methodology. It is an approach which we use to teach all children, where all children benefit. What is Bala? How can we use Bala in respect to UDL? Okay, how do we use all three principles? As I said, take smaller steps, take one principle first, then take the second, then take the third, and then integrate. So what to teach if the student, you've decided this is how we are going to teach. How are you going to keep the the children engaged? You're giving them various ways of learning. And then how does the child want to be evaluated? What is the product going to be? So if I've made a movie, the product is showing the movie. I've given you examples, enough examples. How can I utilize, what is this? Talks about UDL requirements, RPWD Act. Why are you linking RPWD Act with the UDL? UDL is an inclusive approach which is now being used, and which is used for all disabilities, that is why I said you go on to the CAST website and you read about it. Probably this is your first attempt, so like, there is uh, difficulty in comprehending. One is an approach, and within that approach, you are using that approach. Like curriculum adaptation is an approach, differentiated instruction is an approach. So you're using an approach to teach students. Yes, you can use UDL to teach grammar also. Building as learning aids, you will have to prepare a lot of learning aids. What are the other methods of assessment method for a child with special needs? That depends totally about how innovative you as a teacher can be. There are, I also give you many ways. You can have posters, you can have collages, you can have videos, you can have an audio, you can do a dramatization. So you can have n number of ways through which you can evaluate the child. So writing exams now, oral exams are also there, projects are also there. So don't let the child write. What you want to see is that the child is able to do it. My question is, how does UDL different from? The UDL difference is different from the traditional teaching methods. They are way apart. Way apart. Traditional is not inclusive. It is the emphasis is only on the summative assessment. It is only on the end product, whereas your UDL is taking care right from the what the student needs to learn, the process, how the student will learn, and also gives a reason why the student needs to learn this. So there's a big, vast difference between the two, and most international schools have done away with the traditional method of teaching. And also, of course, international schools, their evaluations are also very different, which is more practical oriented, as opposed to ours, which is still paper pencil tests. But if we are trying to see the learning, then yes, it is helpful. Okay, now for a child who has a borderline IQ, when you're using your multiple ways of representation, the child will learn from that. So you're using various techniques to teach the child, learning will take place. There are no tips or tricks. The only thing is that we need to plan our lessons very well. And I think somebody else is also talking about classroom UDL, maybe the lesson planning, how it is done and how it can be done. You can do that. How can families and support the principles of UDL at home? If you're doing it at home, if you're teaching the child at home, you can use the same principles at home. Using your various principles and I would say the methodologies or the materials that you're going to use. Yes, it can be used for language development. I think Seema's first question was that how can we develop language? So like, you have your language lab, and in your language lab, even if you don't have a language lab, you can use your various you can use videos, you can use storybooks, you can use storyboards, you can use graphic organizers, you can use collages, you can use posters, you can use stories to develop language in this using the principles, 3 principles. Anybody else?
Any other question? Okay, someone has posted. Can AI tools be used for providing
Yes,
customized
AI tools can be used. Tools can be used. Maybe AI can help you in preparing your worksheets, etc., giving you guidelines as to how you can teach a particular subject or a topic. AI can help you. But don't depend upon AI, because AI also says that we are not 100% correct. So you need to do your own bit of a research. But yes, there are AI tools which you can use and it will help you. We agree to this, but most of our children also do get exemptions and there are provisions. So if we have to see learning over a period of time, I think with this NEP 2020, when it is totally implemented, UDL will become far more easier to implement and work with the children. I guess this is...
Yes, I think, ma'am, their questions, most of all of their questions have been well addressed as expected, ma'am. So we conclude today's session with my end note that this was really insightful presentation, thought-provoking presentation by our respected Verma madam. And I take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude, ma'am, both as my capacity as a convener of this workshop and also as a PhD scholar, fortunate to be mentored by you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for guiding me all of these years, ma'am. I'm so fortunate.
Thank you,
And
Antara.
your session has been nothing short of illuminating. You have not only unpacked the core concept and principles of universal design for learning with clarity and depth, but have also beautifully connected theory to practice, something that is so essential for our pre-service teachers, those who are attending today's session. So your passion for inclusive education and your commitment to learner diversity were evident in every word you shared, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Antara. Thank you. It's always a pleasure coming back to an NSOU, taking sessions and meeting you.
On behalf of NSOU, I extend my sincere thanks and gratitudes to you, ma'am, for such a powerful and inspiring session. And all your discussion, I'm sure our participants have learned a lot from this session. So once again, thank you so much, ma'am, accepting our every time, in spite of your busy schedule, you accept our invitation. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this.
Thank you, Antara. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me, participants. Thank you so much.
Now it's over to Priyanka. Priyanka, please. Yes, ma'am.
I'll leave now, right?
Okay, yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Yes, over to Priyanka. Priyanka, please conclude this session and tell when they have to again join.
Yes, ma'am. We will now take a short 1 hour break and again reassemble at 2 p.m. for our second technical session. Thank you all the participants for actively participating in this first half of the workshop. And before leaving, I would request everyone to join for our second technical session, as the upcoming session by Dr. Apurva Panshikar will focus on the practical application of UDL. This session is especially important because, as we know, theoretical knowledge remains incomplete without a practical knowledge, though Dr. Preeti Verma has already touched upon many practical implications, but Apurva ma'am will extend them, and this session will help us to connect the theoretical aspect that we learned in our first session with the practical implementations. So please do not miss this session. Be with us till the end and join the session using the same Zoom link. See you all at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
And those who cannot be able to join, we have shared the YouTube link also.
Yes,
So you can join in that YouTube link.
yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, have
So
we shared that YouTube link in the chat room
please
in Zoom?
share it in the chat room also so that they can copy it, keep it for their reference.
Okay, 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 ma'am.
Can I share it right
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please share.
No. Oh, just let me check. Just a minute. I'll share this YouTube link also. By any chance, if you not be able to join, then you can follow this YouTube link. We are not ending the session, right? Or what? Okay,
No, we
so
can leave the session and again join in with the
yeah,
same link.
yeah. Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're leaving for now. We'll be joining by 2 sharp, huh? Hello, host, can you hear me? Yeah, Pratik or whoever is conducting this session, giving us this support, IT support. Can you hear me?
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম শুনতে পাচ্ছি, বলুন।
শোনা যাচ্ছে? আচ্ছা, আমি না
হ্যাঁ।
ফোন করছিলাম, বলছি ব্রেকআপ রুম করা যাবে কি আমাদের এখানে? ওই অপূর্বা ম্যাম চাইছিলেন হয়তো ওনার মানে সেশনের মধ্যে কিছুটা সময় যদি করা যেত আর কি, সে অপশনটা কি
আচ্ছা,
এখানে দেওয়া যাবে? তাহলে উনি
আমাকে একটু
একটু
দেখতে
ব্রেকআপ
হবে
রুম।
ম্যাম।
আচ্ছা, কারণ আমি দেখলাম না এখানটা অপশনটা, আমি মানে পাচ্ছিলাম না, সেই জন্যই ভাবছি যে অনেক সময় থাকে তো জুমের মধ্যে ব্রেকআপ রুমের।
আপনাকে অ্যাক্সেস দিলাম, দেখুন তো দেখতে পাচ্ছেন কি?
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, দেখছি। হ্যাঁ, ব্রেকআউট রুম একটা অপশন দেখাচ্ছে। আচ্ছা, ওনাকে কো হোস্ট করে দিলে উনি হয়তো সেটা নিজেই করে নিতে পারবেন, তাই না?
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম।
ঠিক আছে, হ্যাঁ, দেখাচ্ছে দেখাচ্ছে ব্রেকআউট রুম দেখাচ্ছে, ঠিক আছে। Okay. Let her join. We'll start on time.
Ma'am, shall we start the session or wait till another 2 to 3 minutes?
Yeah, start. We'll wait for another 2-3 minutes and then we'll start.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Let Apurva ma'am. Did Apurva ma'am has joined? I can't see her. We'll wait for 2-3 minutes more. Yeah, madam has already joined. So
Okay, ma'am.
I think we can start.
Ma'am,
Okay.
shall we or we should wait for more participants to join in? Because we already know we have more participants in the first session.
Okay,
So,
okay. Two more. Just wait 2 minutes. Okay.
okay,
Then
okay,
start.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am, I'm starting the session now. So,
Yes.
welcome back.
Please go
Yes,
ahead.
welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining for the session. Hope you all had your lunch and got a little time to relax. So, let's get started with our second very interesting and engaging session with Dr. Apurva Panshikar. To begin our second session, I would invite Professor Shopna Deb, our Assistant Professor of Department of Special Education, to introduce our second esteemed speaker for the day, Dr. Apurva Panshikar. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we are going to start our second phase of discussion. Professor Preeti Verma Madam was the speaker of the first session. We have gotten a broad idea about the universal design for learning. We are enriched by her words. We have learned what is meant by universal design for learning and what its principles are. But the question is how to implement it. In this context, we have Dr. Apurva Panshikar, Assistant Professor, Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. She is also good teacher. She speaks about application of UDL in inclusive classrooms. Dr. Apurva Panchikar is a scholar and educator in the field of special education, currently serving as assistant professor at the Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. With a PhD in special education, Dr. Panchikar's academic trajectory includes advanced degrees in psychology and special education, underscoring her interdisciplinary approach to inclusive pedagogy, learning disabilities, and educational psychology. Over the past 2 decades, she has delivered extensive contributions through teaching, curriculum development, policy consultation, and capacity building. Dr. Panchikar has actively contributed to national and international conferences, notably presenting on universal design for learning, differentiated instruction, and inclusive education strategies. Her scholarly publications span peer-reviewed journals and edited volumes, addressing psychoeducational assessment, teaching training, and inclusive practices. She has also led funded research projects and guided numerous postgraduate dissertations. Recognized for her excellence in academic scholarship, Dr. Panchikar has received several accolades, including Best Paper Awards at conference and institutional recognitions for her pioneering work in vernacular test development for diagnosing learning disabilities. She serves on various expert committees of Revision Council of India and other academic boards of national and state universities, shaping national curricula and professional standards. Her work continues to influence spatial and inclusive education policies and practices at both grassroots and system levels. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce her. Thank you, Dr. Apurva Madam, for staying with us. I hope we will enhance our knowledge from her lecture. Let's now start our lecture. Over to Panchikar Madam. Hello. Hello, can I hear?
Yes, you are absolutely audible.
Madam, you are muted. Unmute. Please unmute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think there was some lag in the connectivity, so extreme apologies. How much ever we say that we have to be connected virtually, and we want that to happen, at times it becomes a challenge. Thank you, Swapna ma'am, for this introduction to the learned community that I'm going to be interacting with.
Thank
A
you.
big thanks to Antara Chaudhary ma'am for inviting me here. And of course, NSOU for granting the permission to her to invite me on this platform to interact with all of the participants in this workshop. A workshop very, very pertinent, I think, today, the whole discussions and the whole narrative of national education policy, and we having to take the beacon of inclusive education forward. So thank you for having me here. And it is, I would say, a big challenge for me to live up to the expectations that Professor Preeti Verma has already set in the session in the morning. So again, a big thank you to you. And with the permission of the chair, Antara ma'am, if I may start with my session.
Yes, please. We all are eager to listen from you. Thank you. Thank you for once again. Thank you for accepting our proposal. And you always extend your cooperation whenever we need you. And I'm very sure that our participants will be benefited, hugely benefited after this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for bestowing so much of trust in me, Antara.
Our
Thank you so
students
much.
are very much like students.
Yeah. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Do let me know whether my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is
Yes.
visible.
Okay. Thank you. So after having had a very enriching session in the morning on universal design for learning, I'm taking this mental forward to help you understand how UDL is applied in the classrooms. Because I do agree that having a very strong theoretical foundation is important. Because unless and until we have a strong theoretical foundation for what a particular framework is, we will never be able to translate that into practice. And Antaraz and my guru, Professor Verma, has already created that beautiful, very strong foundation for all of you. I start with this quote by Katie Novak. Those of you who are interested in really understanding universal design for learning, of course, we know that this is a framework which has been propounded by the CAST. But we find that vis-a-vis the application of the universal design for a learning framework, Katie Novak has done a lot of work. A lot of resources are available in the public domain, on the internet. So those who are interested, I'm starting off by giving you a name which can be a big resource for you, Katie Novak. So as she says, UDL isn't about erasing differences to make one size fits all. It is about recognizing barriers, naming them, highlighting them, celebrating them, and designing for them. This is, yes, of course, rather easily said than done. What I feel that as we go ahead today, I want all the participants to answer certain questions for me. Okay? So I want all of you to answer this question. How confident do you feel about implementing UDL in your classroom? And to do this, I want you to scan this QR code and enter your response. What I'm also going to do, I'm going to copy paste this link into the chat. Okay. If someone could please guide me about, okay, I see the chat here. 1 minute. This is a link to the Menti. And I'm also sharing with you the responses that we are getting. I hope you're able to see your responses as I'm getting them. Of course, not all the 300 participants who have joined today may be able to respond. Well, the responses are coming in, but majorly what we see is that many are feeling confident about UDL implementation. There are quite a few who are somewhat confident. But as I think I would have expected, and many of you would have expected, there are fewer who feel not at all confident or feel very confident. All of us, believe me, are in this state of feeling more and more confident as we start walking this path. And I think it is extremely, extremely encouraging to see that there are so many who feel confident about this. Okay, lovely. I switch again to my PowerPoint and I want you all to answer this another question. Sorry, this question. Which of the 3 UDL principles is most challenging to implement according to you? The same mentee that I had shared with you is going to help you answer. You will see that as you move through the mentee, it is the very second slide. So which of the 3 UDL principles is most challenging to implement according to you? So is it the multiple means of representation which is challenging, or multiple means of engaging the learners, or providing multiple means for action and expression? What, according to you, is the most challenging to implement? Okay. Most of the respondents opine that it is providing multiple means of engagement. And believe me, I completely agree with you that when I started my journey on this wide and a very long journey of UDL, how do we provide multiple means of engagement to learners was a question that would keep occurring to me as well. So we are thinking the same, and we are seeking more and more answers vis-a-vis this. Lovely. I just again switch back to my PowerPoint and I present this question to you. Are there any other challenges in UDL implementation? List in just one word. And I go back to my mentee and I want you to give a single word. Are there any other challenges in UDL implementation? List in any one word. Now, of course, I'm using a tool like a Mentimeter to ask you for your answers. But that does not mean you do not have any other way of communicating what you want. And I can see in the chat that many have already responded vis-a-vis their level of confidence, which principle seems to be challenging for them. And yeah, I'm getting responses about any other words that describe your challenges. Assessment, the diverse focus, the diverse learners. Okay. So you can see this word cloud, which is highlighting that one other challenge which you feel may affect UDL implementation. Awareness, the syllabus, no knowledge how to implement, training which is required, the traditional ways of presenting which yet percolate, all are thinking, the scalability of UDL, all right, the acceptance of UDL in schools, the availability of resources, the planning, oh my, there is so much. And yes, I think I have probably opened a Pandora's box by asking you to list those other words which tell us about what could be the challenges in UDL implementation. Thank you, participants, for being so interactive and wanting to be a part of our engagement just now. Okay. So I am going to be going back to my PowerPoint, and I think we will go ahead with our what I have planned to do with you. So I truly hope that by the end of our session, we will be able to analyze the existing lesson components through the UDL lens. We identify specific UDL strategies for addressing diverse learner needs in various classroom scenarios, and also brainstorm and adapt the lesson activities to incorporate UDL principles. So what I plan to do as we go ahead with this interaction is not only share some of my learnings, but also to get you to interact with some resources that I'm going to be sharing with you, and be involved in activities. Because finally, whatever is said and done, the frameworks do help us implement, but the implementation is a part of a skill. And that is a skill that we need to acquire ourselves. So I am going to only prod you into the skill acquisition, which cannot happen, believe me, through any workshop of an hour, hour and a half duration. All of us need to keep revisiting, revising what we have done, modifying, and then looking at the scalability of all of these initiatives that we take. I'm just going back to what was discussed in the morning about the UDL framework. We know that the UDL framework is based on the three principles, which are all based in neuroscience and the science of learning. And it very clearly talks about providing multiple means of options for the students to engage in the process of learning, providing them with the multiple options to represent the information that is being shared with them, and also providing for multiple means for action and expression. And we also know that these do not happen at one go. They move through creating access to building and finally internalizing all these principles to make the learners resourceful, self-directed, expert learners. Today, we are talking about learner agency. Learner agency implies that we want all our learners to take the ownership of their learning, and they take the ownership of the learning to become better learners, to become expert learners, to become resourceful when and only when we are, as teachers, are able to provide them with these multiple opportunities. We cannot, friends, we cannot expect learners to be self-regulated if we do not recruit their interest. Am I not audible? Okay, I think there is someone else speaking, and so probably my voice may not be audible. So I'm please requesting a participant whose mic may be on to just mute themselves, please. Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, that we cannot expect the learners to become self-directed, self-motivated, regulated, unless and until we are able to help them move through the access to the build to the internalized levels. And this is exactly what is one of the key things that we need to remember, that we need to start at these levels of recruiting the interest of the learners to provide for the various means and multiple means of helping them perceive the information, and at least ensuring that we provide means for their physical engagement in the activity, the physical action and expression to be provided to them. And later, once we are able to provide them with these multiple options, and students and learners start viewing them as something that they can truly use, we will see that we can start building on persistence, provide them with a little deeper understanding through clarifying language and symbols, and then working on their expressive skills, and then help them internalize and help them become truly and truly resourceful learners who are independent, exhibiting learner agency. I request you to please access this particular resource and look at the n number of examples that are provided to help you know how we can provide for multiple means at all these levels, maybe to recruit interest or to provide multiple means for language and symbol access, or it could be even executive functions, which is providing options for action and expression. So you may please scan this QR code and you may look at accessing this resource. Do let me know whether you have any challenge and whether you want me to share this link in the chat box, which I'm happy to do. I hope you have been able to open this particular link. Yes, okay. Since we are talking about universal designs, I truly hope that you can take the ownership of reading through this particular document. And I give you around 3 or 4 minutes to engage with this particular document to look at how the various UDL guidelines can be brought into practice. We are looking at very, very easy ways of implementing UDL in a classroom. So those of you who have been able to open this document, you will see that the document very clearly delineates and gives you information according to each principle, according to each checkpoint also. So if I have to work on providing options for perception, for which are alternatives for auditory information, what all can I do is very clearly listed. Or as I go through the document, move to page 3 or page 4, and I go ahead, I am able to see very, very practical solutions to all these checkpoints. How the checkpoints have to be met are very clearly listed here. Any thoughts that you have, you may please share in the chat. Or if you are permitted by, again, this platform that we are interacting on, to unmute and share your thoughts, I'm happy to listen.
Dear participants, if you want to interact with ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Okay, and can interact.
Yeah, thank you, Antara ma'am. It is a rather exhaustive list. So whatever your initial thoughts are, I would be happy to receive them from you. Okay, since you're going through this document, I want you to revisit a question I'd asked you earlier. Now, with this whole list of what you can do to cater to the UDL framework and to be able to take the learning of our learners forward in an inclusive setting, are you feeling a little more confident? So if initially you said that you're confident, I want to know whether you're feeling very confident about it. Or if earlier you said that you were somewhat confident, has it increased your level of confidence? Okay, Bhargavi says it is giving more clarity about the detailed teaching strategies we can incorporate in our UDL lessons. Absolutely, you have hit the nail. Because always our concerns are, right, the framework tells me so much, but what do I actually do? How much do I think? Can I even think so much? Initially, probably no, because whatever said and done, we are bound by the traditional education systems that we have been a part of. Yes, Mahalakshmi, it gives us practical implementation strategies, and it is making it easier for us to situate ourselves in the class and look at how we can be providing our learners with the multiple means for representing information, engaging them, or providing them opportunities for action and expression. All right. Now that y'all are feeling more confident, you feel that you can start thinking and you can start planning your lessons accordingly, keeping in mind that all your goals need to be SMART goals. What I'm going to do, I want y'all to observe this one language arts lesson. Okay? This is a lesson which I have taken. You can see it very clearly says that it is a YouTube link that I'm going to be sharing with you. But believe me, looking at how all these various 33 checkpoints from our UDL framework are put to use, I think it is going to increase our level of confidence all the more. So, as we are going to be watching this particular video, I want you all to make notes of what are the thoughts that are coming to your mind. As you can see, I'm sharing this video, which is by the National Center on Universal Design for Learning. As you can also see that this is a part of a video series. So I'm using those resources which are in the public domain, and you as very, very motivated learners can access all this information and enrich yourselves. So as I play this video, you can make notes of the discussion that is also happening in the video and whatever thoughts that are coming to your mind. Okay? So I start the video play.
This is really an opportunity for us to look at a fifth grade teacher's English language arts class. And of course, we're going to be looking at this through the UDL lens. So let's take a few moments and watch, see what happens.
So we talked a little bit about rhyme scheme, and we looked in a few poems and tried to figure out what the rhyme scheme would be for those poems. Where might you pull words from? What might you use for the words in your poems? What resources do you have in your possession that you can use? Lydia?
Resources.
Yep, you could use those. Iman?
Other books.
You could use other books. Yep, definitely. Ani?
Like textbooks.
You could use your textbooks. Julia?
Or spelling words.
Your spelling words, right. That's the one that I was thinking of in particular, is that you have this huge bank of words, spelling and vocabulary words, that you've been accumulating since September. And I've always tried to have you incorporate those words into your writing. So that's another source. To get back to what Amin said about figurative language.
There's a lot of building background knowledge for these kids and really kind of bringing them up to speed as to where he wants to move off for the rest of the day. I think that's really important in terms of the principles of universal design for learning. That background knowledge isn't something that we can always assume. It's been probably at least 24 hours since they have talked about these kinds of things before, and you just can't assume that they're going to recall that. So he's really doing a lot of building back to that information and getting the kids on board, and they are. they know their stuff.
And on top of that, just supporting the memory of these terms and rhyme schemes, and helping the kids to, again, provide examples of what these look like. So supporting the memory of that.
I think at the same time, he was also highlighting the critical features of a poem. Here's the big book on a poem. So we really did quite a few of supportive things for presenting information, all in that very
their notes. They were obviously referencing back to some key information they'd had previously, so we've got some supports for them as well.
What was good was we're now talking about the expressive kind of guideline, as he's preparing them to be expressive. And he really makes explicit the kind of resources. So he's assuming that everybody's going to use scaffolds and resources. And so he's reminding them there's this source, there's these things to use, which is a great technique. Say there's lots of tools to use. Let's remind ourselves what they are.
You have some notes that we took from poems that we looked at yesterday. And when we get back to our desks to work independently for Writer's Workshop, I want you to use those notes, and you can use your books too, to come up with your own couplets and your own quatrains. And if we have some time later, we'll have some people sit in the author's chair and share some of what they've written. Okay? So do you all know what your rules are going to be for after today's reading? Who's going to be the discussion director? Who's going to be the summarizer? An actor? Artful artist? Word wizard? Okay, good. You got your resources to use for when you start reading. Go ahead, decide as a group, decide what you think you're going to be reading. If the next chapter is really short, maybe you're going to read 2 chapters. If it's a long chapter, maybe just read the 1 chapter. But I leave it up to you to decide. Okay. How are you going to do it?
What was really nice and explicit for the students was the roles that they have been playing, and then preparing for the roles that they're going to play in the future. In terms of the discussion groups that they're having around the literature that they're involved with. It's just real nice to see how explicit he was about it, and that he's also providing choice for the students in a number of ways in which they can approach their next activity. So his roles are just really fun. The artful artist and the word wizard and the summarizer and the connector and the discussion leader or document director. All really very clear roles.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the roles themselves. Tap a diversity of skills that students might have. I mean, so there was the word wizard. So at some point, someone might be one that likes to look at the hard copy resources to be able to find words in text, or is the artful artist, someone might be better able to display what they know or understand through artwork. So even his roles and how they were defined allows for diversification of what the students know and how they can express themselves.
Letting them make choices, not only just about like what would you read, but how are you going to express it? How are you going to decide what is the right thing? Support it. Very a lot of choice here.
I think it also points out how choice can be used with high expectation. That you're not always going to be the discussion director, David, because that's what you're good at. You're gonna do the artful artist one day, even though you know you might not be able to draw it. So I think it still has an air of high expectation.
Well, there are other ways to express how you.
Participants, I'm going to stop this video here because I think now you're getting a fairly good idea about what is happening in this particular video, right? Just give me a minute. Okay. So here you were able to see how the language arts teacher was able to provide supports and various means for recruiting their interest to ensure that the learners were doing what they needed to do with persistence. They were also given opportunities to engage in very, very authentic tasks. And all of this was happening through one word that was constantly I was hearing is explicit instructions. This is a big learning for me, that whenever we have to plan to implement UDL, we need to focus on making learning explicit to the learners, providing direct instruction, giving clear instructions, and through these direct, clear instructions, providing the learners with the scaffolds which are required. Any kind of ambiguity is a big deterrent to UDL implementation. The more and more clarity I, as a teacher, I, as a UDL planner, I'm able to bring into my planning, the easier it is going to be for me to implement it in the class. And thus, a lot of effort will be going into sitting and identifying what needs to be done. I think looking at this another lesson, which is on math, may also provide us with certain insights. What I'm going to do is also, there was someone who asked for the link. So just give me a minute. Do let me know whether this particular link has opened for you. Manjula, you had asked for the link in the chat. Thus, I'm sharing it. I'm also sharing the link to this.
Yes, the link is opening.
Okay. I'm also sharing the link to this math lesson. And I'm going to play it from my end as well. I think it's not working for me. Just a minute. Okay, is the YouTube video now visible to you?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Mary Jane Miller. I teach at Madison Middle School working with sixth graders this year. Today, we are looking at building conceptual understanding for how to find the height and the base of shapes other than squares and rectangles.
In Mrs. Miller's class, she has many diverse learners. She has students with disabilities, English language learners, and students at varying different levels of math. So what we've done is we've designed her lesson with Universal Design for Learning, UDL strategies, to provide access for all learners in her classroom. In order to set up a classroom to include UDL strategies, number one, focus on engagement. How are you going to recruit interest for your students to connect them to the lesson? Second of all, making sure you're representing the lesson in a variety of ways. So you're accessing all of your students using multimodalities. And then lastly, providing for multiple means of action and expression. So the students are able to explain how they've learned the content in different ways. Mrs. Miller provided multiple means of engagement for her students by first of all, setting up a positive classroom culture.
At the beginning of the year, we took a lot of time working together, sharing things that were low stakes with our students. This helped really build a solid classroom community where they're not afraid to risk take in my classroom. They are sharing with one another, they're helping each other, they're not afraid to make mistakes in the classroom, and they're not afraid to ask for help.
Mrs. Miller provides multiple means of representation by activating prior knowledge in the students.
I'm going to build that background knowledge by talking about going to the doctor's office and how does someone measure your height. I'm going to have them look at pictures of people standing in yoga poses in different ways so that they can understand fully what it means to measure the height of something.
So she's able to supply that background knowledge for the students that don't have it. So everyone comes into the lesson on the same playing field.
In the past, it's been really easy for students to locate the base and the height of a rectangle or a square because it's the side length of that shape. Today, they were having to locate the height by using a manipulative because it's not always the side length. When this runs perpendicular to the base, it's not inside the shape, or on the side of the shape, it's outside of the shape. So by using a manipulative, they can easily locate the height of the shape. I have students draw the shape as well as actually holding the shape and the plumb line in front of them so they can physically see where the height is in their shape.
Collaboration was built into the lesson where the students were doing a think, pair, share. They were able to think about the concept, then they shared with their partner, paired together, and then they were able to actually represent the shapes on their paper. Mrs. Miller also provided talk tents, so the students who might not have the vocabulary or the sentences to be able to have a conversation with one another. She supplied that so the students could look on their visuals to know what to say. She also introduced some vocabulary, words like perpendicular, base, height.
It has to be what to the base?
Perpendicular.
It has to be perpendicular to the base.
For the students who we noticed that were really struggling with the concepts, instead of having those students draw the actual triangles on their own, we had a scaffold built in so that the triangles were already drawn, the different ways with the different faces. So they were able to just identify the height rather than having to move the shapes in different ways and drawing them on their paper.
I'm also going to have students work on an exit ticket so that tomorrow I can come back and help any students that didn't quite get it. A UDL is important to incorporate into your teaching strategies because it allows for all students to learn in your classroom.
For more information, you can go to cast.org for many UDL aligned strategies. A UDL classroom breaks down back.
All right, participants. So any more ideas, any more thoughts after having watched this math teaching video as well? Because many a time we may feel that it's easy to teach maybe EVS, social science or social studies, maybe even a language class. But oh my God, math is such and such a difficult subject. But now what are your thoughts? I would like to hear your thoughts vis-a-vis teaching math as well. Again, my question is the same. How do you feel about UDL after having watched these videos? Yes, Smita, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, ma'am. So one thing that I would like to say is in both the videos, especially in the first video, I love that the teacher was sitting at the student's level. It just kind of creates a sense of, approachability.
Yeah.
Like students can open up, and that is something that we do, I think, have a problem with, especially when it comes to engagement. So love the fact, and even in the second video, the way she created a safe space for the students to actually open up and talk about the subject and their ideas. That was something that it was really nice to see. It was amazing to see in both the
Yeah, I guess,
videos.
Smita, you have, identified the most apt point when it comes to being teachers. A change in our mindset, a change from we viewing ourselves as really someone very superior to the learners. Though, yes, I do believe that the hierarchy of a teacher and a learner needs to be maintained, but creating that safe space of being wrong, or being in that flux of yet learning what needs to be learned, and being there, as a very strong support for the student learning to take place is so crucial. And I think, once that barrier is broken down and you're not perceiving the teachers as strict teachers and people who are there just to punish me if I'm not learning what I'm supposed to learn, I think we'll be far connected with the learners and the learners will be connected to us. So thank you for identifying one of the most crucial aspects of any teaching learning process, I would say, not just UDL. Any other sharings? Absolutely, Nitya. Talking to the learners, addressing them with the names matters. Sadly, I think the systems that most of us come from, I do not want to generalize, but I'm talking about the majority classrooms that we are experiencing even today. The names are generally called out only either if you are a top ranking student or you're a troublemaker in class. Most average learners are not even acknowledged. But to be able to acknowledge and give that sense of grounding in the classroom is so crucial. I guess, both these observations that you have are coming from what matters most in learning, which is the engagement. You having to be in that process, a part of it, going with that flow with the teacher, with your peers. I know that I have content to learn. I know that I have got to show my learning, but what happens in between? How do I feel a part of that process is coming from both these observations that you have made, Smita, as well as Nitya. I completely agree with you. It resonates with me at a very deep level. And thank you for that. Any other observations? Any other observations? Or can we move ahead? Again, I want you to think for yourself. From the first time you answered the question about how confident you were feeling about UDL implementation, to how your levels of confidence changed with the availability of that one major resource that I shared with you, and how is it changing after these two videos? Is there also a little change in how you perceive what is or which is the most challenging principle to implement? Is it multiple means of representation? action expression, or engagement? Is it leading to some change for you? Okay. I hope you keep bringing this back, because this is a way for you to become far more aware about your own learning, become reflective teachers. And when we become reflective teachers, we can take our students from being passive learners to implementing learner agency. Okay. Now, when it comes to this whole process, how do you think these professionals or these teachers, they would have planned through their whole lesson? I'm going back to what even Professor Verma had commented, that when it comes to your lesson planning, it becomes rather important that we first identify what are our academic standards that need to be addressed. What are these competencies that students in a particular grade have to attain in that particular subject? I think, be it the CBSE curriculum, be it the ICSE, be it the state boards, or now when we're looking at, of course, even the international boards here, which are very, very, very standards driven, but I can say the same also for our Indian boards and state boards. We need to be very familiar with what are the competencies that our learners need to be acquiring as they go through each subject in each grade. On the basis of that, we need to start developing very clear goal statements. Here, when I'm talking about a goal statement, I'm not referring to a specific objective. I'm not saying how many out of how many answers have to be given correctly by the learner. But I'm looking at what is this goal vis-a-vis the standards that have been set. These could be standards which could be drawn from the Bloom's taxonomy, or they could be drawn from even your depths of knowledge framework. They could be the cognitive taxonomy as given by Bloom, or it could be the affective taxonomy, or it could be the psychomotor taxonomy. But we have to draw from there, because that being a taxonomy, it is going to tell us the complete span of learning that can happen for all our learners, from those having challenges in learning or those being gifted and talented in my classroom. So I should be able to transverse that complete path, and I need to be able to set goals accordingly. Once I've set those goals, I need to develop the assessments in relation to those goals. And thus, I need to be looking at as varied formats for formative and summative assessments. These could be exit tickets. They could be presentations. They could be a little write-up. It could be orally communicating what they know, what they do not, how much they do. It could be the use of grading schemes. It could be using rubrics. It could be any and every means that can possibly be tapped in sync with the goals which are listed. Once I've been able to identify what these assessments have to be for this particular goal, which has been identified from the standards which are listed for that particular curriculum, I start developing my methods and material which have to be flexible, which have to provide for multiple means for the information to be represented to the learners, for them to be engaged in that process. Because when we are talking about the methods and material, it refers to both these, the engagement as well as the representation. We need to be able to identify as many as possible. Now, when I'm talking about this, I do feel it is important for me to comment on how is this then different from differentiated instruction? Because say, like, for example, when I talk about using a tiered system, which is a very clear pedagogical strategy, which is spoken about in differentiated instruction, or I may be using cubing, which is again something that differentiated instruction talks about. Is it that I cannot use these? Of course I can. Of course I must. Because I am able to then differentiate the process. And when I'm looking at differentiating the process, I'm not keeping in mind learner A, B, and C, or children with a particular disability and the other disability and the disability, but I am using all these different methods to be incorporated by and giving my learners multiple means to choose from. I could be the one wanting to use cubing. Maybe someone else wants to use steering. I may want to use cubing to do it myself as an individual learner. Maybe they want to do it, use the cubing as a part of a small group assessment, right? So I think it is rather important for us to understand that though the Universal Design for Learning and DI are two different frameworks, we can draw a lot from differentiated strategies, but not implement them as differentiated strategies, but using them to provide for multiple means for representing information, getting the students engaged in the learning, as well as giving them opportunities for action and expression. Now, once coming back to this particular graphic, once I have developed the method and material, naturally I implement it, and as would be required for any good, sensitive, forward-looking teacher, I need to reflect on what has happened in my class, what were the challenges the learners experienced was I able to address, and whether any barriers yet remained despite me making all these efforts. Because again, that is going to feed into establishing how those academic standards can be met. According to me, the complete UDL application coming right through implementation, it is challenging. It is rather difficult to get into this mode of just thinking as multiple. It's not easy. So I use this very simplistic flow of work. What is simplistic about it? I start by thinking of my regular lesson. I think all of us as teachers, we realize that we do have a predominant teaching style. There is always a predominant approach that I have, and I'm going to gravitate towards it. So I think about how am I going to be teaching what I'm supposed to teach. But I cannot be getting into the implementation of that because I have to break down my regular thinking, my traditional thinking, the thinking that I'm very comfortable with. And to do that, I need to start identifying the potential barriers in my learners' learning because I'm teaching the way I do. We don't have to take this personally. We don't have to say students don't like the way I teach. They do not like me. They probably do not like me or the way I teach because I'm not able to reach out to them. And so if I'm able to identify the potential barriers in the students learning how I am teaching, I will be able to replan the lesson and make it more accessible. And how do I replan to make the lesson more accessible? I go back to that complete list that I've shared with you. I pick and choose each and every checkpoint. I pick and choose the multiple means that are offered in that document. I start thinking, what can I use from this so that I'm going to be able to make my lesson more and more accessible to my learners. So I think of my regular lesson plan. I identify the potential barriers which could be stemming because of the way I have planned the lesson, and I replan to make the lesson more accessible. So very simply, I put down my goals, which traditionally I would have listed, the material, method, and the evaluation that goes with any lesson. What would I traditionally do? Believe me, all of us are going to be able to do this very, very quickly because that is how our brain has been trained to think. But with the way my goal has been listed traditionally, conventionally, there are going to be barriers to it. And if there are barriers, the UDL is going to be able to provide me with the solutions. So just to illustrate, the topic that I have to teach is inclusion. And the goal I'm setting is the students will read a chapter on various aspects of inclusion and write a report on the same. Something that I would traditionally do, conventionally do? Absolutely. But what could be the potential barriers here? There may be students who have a challenge in accessing the printed text. It could be a learner with low vision. It could be a learner with visual impairment. It could be a learner with dyslexia. It could be a learner who has difficulty with that text because the language is very challenging for the child. And having to write a lengthy report, which is a part of my action expression, which is going to, again, connect to my evaluation, all of that could also be a challenge. How do I need to think through? I can think through and I may say that the students will explore the key concepts related to inclusion and demonstrate their understanding through a format of their choice. What is important is that the information should reach them. They should be able to access that information through any representation of that information and be able to communicate what they've understood of it. Then I could write, I could talk, I could do an interview, I could draw a concept map. I may want to create a quiz. I may want to answer questions when asked orally. There could be any way that I may be able to communicate my understanding about the various concepts related to inclusion. And think about it. If I'm able to list what material I'm going to use, what methods am I going to use, how the evaluation will be done, and then I try to identify the various potential barriers. See, remember, these are potential barriers. We cannot say these are the barriers. They potentially could be barriers. Someone may have a challenge in even accessing the internet when I'm saying, okay, use the Google. Is that a challenge? Of course, it's a challenge. Is that a barrier? Yes, it is a barrier. Then how do I work through it? But great thing is we do have resources which have been compiled by someone else thinking about it. So we have listed the methods, the material, as well as the evaluation of the same.
I think ma'am got some technical issues at her end, so let's wait for her till she join again.
Okay. আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ওকে জাস্ট ইউ ট্রাই টু এন্টার। আচ্ছা ম্যাম চাইছেন ঢুকতে, কিছু একটা অসুবিধা হচ্ছে, জয়েন করতে পারছেন না, একটু দেখতে হবে। আই উড রিকোয়েস্ট দিস edutech person to please kindly check. Ma'am is trying to join, Apurva madam, but cannot be able to
না কে
join.
আছে এখানে আজকে?
অতীত আছে,
অতীত আছে?
কিন্তু আমাদেরও তো দেখাচ্ছে না তো, দেখছি আমি।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, ইনেবল করা রয়েছে, উনি তো ঢুকতে পারবেন। ওনার
হ্যাঁ
বোধহয়
হ্যাঁ
নেটওয়ার্কের কিছু
আরে
সমস্যা হলেও
নেটের কিছু আমার মনে হচ্ছে নেটওয়ার্ক সমস্যা হচ্ছে মনে হচ্ছে। Please bear with us, all dear participants. Madam is trying to join, but may have facing some network issues. And I request Satya Murthy and Kailash Deka to mute yourself, please. Satya Murthy and Kailash Deka. I had just connect with ma'am. She's trying. Okay, she has already joined. Okay.
I'm able to see multiple screens for that matter, Kristen.
Ma'am, I think there is some network issue at your end because your video is also freezing at times.
Yeah, I'll just keep my video off, But I think there are multiple windows which are open.
Have you joined with more than one devices?
No, I haven't. It's just one.
Oh, okay. Because okay, I don't know why it's.
Okay, I can see myself having joined through two devices, but okay.
Yes, now it's showing one device only.
Now, okay.
Yeah, and your voice is clear right
All
now.
right. So I will
Yeah.
not switch on my video because there may be some connectivity issue, and that is why
Yes.
the buffering and the challenge. So
Yeah.
participants, extremely sorry. However, we can do little about it at times. Okay. So are you able to see the PowerPoint again?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay. I think this is what I was talking about, and I guessed I had completed talking about this particular slide. So if there are any questions on this, I wouldn't mind addressing it. Okay. So, I start. All right. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to talk to you all a little about how we have used UDL in Arushi, the Learning Center, which is an experimental school that we have at the Department of Special Education at SNDT Women's University. I was listening to some of the conversation that the participants had with Professor Verma, and there was a question about whether and how UDL can be implemented with learners who require more support. I guess when I talk about how UDL has been implemented at Arushi, it may give you a little understanding about this. Okay. So, what we did was, as part of working with children who are in the around the first, second year, in their learning. So, just to give you a profile, these learners that I'm talking about, these are the ones who have mild ID. So there are 6 learners in this group. They are learners with mild ID. There are learners with Down syndrome and intellectual disability as well. There are learners with autism spectrum disorder. There is a learner who has emotional behavioral issues. And as I said, mild ID. So this is the kind of a group that we were working with. And we, in Arushi, we use a theme-based teaching learning approach. And the theme that was used was transportation. That was a theme that all the learners were accessing information about, and they were learning at their own levels. So this particular group that we are working with, we had...
Recording in progress.
We had... Have I connected with another device again? So these learners Hello, Antara.
Yes, Apurva? Yeah.
Antara, I think there is, I don't know whether it is my laptop which is giving this issue, but I have been thrown out of the meet through which I was sharing my screen. And now I'm wanting to share it. I've got, okay.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. The host
some
isn't
technical
allowing
glitches.
meeting.
Host is not allowed. You can't.
No, I can't. I can't
share.
share my screen.
Just let me. I'll do to start. No, no. Yeah, just try now.
Yeah,
You
I've got
oh,
it.
yeah.
This has been one of the most challenging.
Yeah, this has some. I mean, everything has advantages and disadvantages.
I
No,
know.
these technical glitches we have to bear with.
So
When we are getting, I mean, we are getting this opportunity to learn from you, and all of our participants are actually joined from across India, from
Oh my
different parts of India. So
I'm so sorry.
you're
I'm so
reaching
sorry.
to them, but it happens.
Yeah, I'm
No
so sorry.
issues.
Okay.
Okay, please continue.
So when they were learning about the means of transport for this particular group, the goal was to help them identify the sounds made by different vehicles, and we had planned the lessons in EVS, in language as well as math. Because as I said, we are implementing a theme-based approach, so it has to be able to contribute to the learning across various disciplines. So what I'm presenting to you are just certain aspects. I cannot present to you the complete case of what we did. But for identifying the sounds made by different vehicles, which the learners were supposed to learn, what was a very traditional or the done thing by the teachers was to show the vehicle and orally make the sound, show the videos to support the idea. Now, this is something that conventionally would have been done by our teachers. Now, as we said, for any conventional way of approaching a topic and teaching, there is going to be some barrier or the other. So the teachers put their heads together and they listed what could be the various barriers to the learning of these 6 children who are in a special school, who have diverse learning needs. But if you look at it, say again, they're diverse. There are some with mild ID, there are some with social, emotional issues, some on the spectrum, some with limited language. And when we started brainstorming, our teachers came up with a whole list of potential barriers, right from the kinesthetic learners who are just supposed to sit and listen and watch the video, they are going to find it challenging. Those having low attention span may find it challenging. Some of them may get bored. Some of them may just not be inclined and interested in learning. So then we said, what do we do? Naturally, we wanted to use a UDL framework, and we started listing ways of overcoming this. So I am going to just open this link to show you that what are the things we did vis-a-vis the language. Are you able to see this Google Doc? Friends, are you able to see this?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So look at it. We started looking at the multiple means of representation, engagement, and action and expression to our learners. And what was the lesson? It was identification of sounds of the various means of transport, something that I was telling you about. Now, having considered what the potential barriers could be, we looked at different ways of representing that information. So it was through recordings of different transport sounds, showing videos, using flashcards, using even visual schedules as required, using models or toys, flashcards, not just with pictures, but even names, writing the names on the blackboard, and look at even how we started thinking of engaging them by narrating stories, asking them how they travel, altering the pace of teaching and repeating the activity as needed, doing group activities, even reinforcing them for sitting and listening and participating, because we found that we do not reinforce our learners enough, right? So as something we have spoken about earlier, not just identifying and reaching out to them and calling out their names when they were not attending, but rather making time to acknowledge those learners who are learning at that point. And what we did vis-a-vis action expression, allowing them to draw or color, allowing them to imitate the sounds, allowing them to identify the vehicles using gestures or choosing from distractors, act like they are vehicles, singing songs, so on and so forth. And again, we know that what we were able to come up with was probably only limited. We did not. Let me also acknowledge here that we did not get into each of the guidelines. Each of the checkpoints. We did not. But we looked at that at a very broad level, can we at least try to identify the barriers and provide solutions? And we did a rather fair job of doing this. Now, as you can see, yes, we did use videos. They were also doing sentence reading. Coloring as an activity was done. Now I'm showing to you pictures not only of this one topic of identifying the sounds, but as the thematic approach that went into language, math, as well as EVS. What else were they doing? So here you can see that as part of math, this child, this learner, she is also doing money transactions because she travels with her mother to the school by bus. We have another who was doing number comparison again. And what were we talking about? Transport. We also incorporated peer coaching, not peer tutoring, but peer coaching. This increased the level of engagement for our learners. We can see another activity like sticking the vehicles in the 3 columns of the various modes of transport. We were also using graphic organizers. It's not that all our learners are at the level of reading words, but providing them with a visual through a graphic organizer gave them an understanding that information can be organized and even depicted visually. When we did this, you know what we found is that the students' motivation and learning increased. And how did we tap that? I think this was very important as part of our activity. We got our student reflections. Because when we were able to get the student reflection, we knew that the students were with us. So we gave them these very, very simple emoticons. We communicated to them what they are supposed to do, how they are supposed to record and document their learning. And we use these in a way like exit tickets. And like, for example, this particular learner, the one who indicated that I understand a little, because we want them to understand. We were able to use this information to go back to the classroom and provide instruction through repetition, repeated activities, better scaffolds. So what we were attempting to do, and I think we did a lot vis-a-vis identifying what the barriers could be, coming up with a list of things that can be done, and not only then saying, okay, we did what we needed to do, but also asking the students to demonstrate how much they felt they learned. Because learning, we know, is not just a cognitive activity, but an affective activity also. And here, this particular activity that we did of collecting student reflections were indicative of both. Now, after having done this, we want you to do an activity. And this activity requires you to sit, plan your lessons by identifying how you would have done it, what could be the potential barriers in when you teach that way, and coming up with solutions using the resource that I've already shared with you. May I request the tech team to create breakout rooms? So participants, what we are going to be doing here, I'm going to just stop sharing for a minute. Yeah, so what we are going to do is we are going to be creating some breakout rooms. And in these breakout rooms, we would want participants to join in and try to plan lessons using the same grid that I had shared, where I listed what are my traditional goals, method, material, evaluation, identify the potential barriers, and then come up with a list of solutions. The decision of whether to join the breakout room to do this activity with others who you may not even know, I leave it to you. Or once I share the lessons, you may choose who you want to work with, so you get connected at your own level, or you may do it independently. When I'm using these three modes, I'm attempting to reach out everyone, because not all of us are comfortable working with everyone. Or I may prefer to work with Antara ma'am, but I may not prefer to work with XYZ. So the decisions about how you want to interact are with you. What I'm doing is in the chat, I'm going to be sharing the links to 4 lessons. Okay. So I have got, all of these are from the NCERT textbooks. So I've got a science lesson, a math lesson, a history lesson, and an English lesson. I'm sharing the links to these in the chat. And I leave it to you how you want to work on it. So in my drive, I've uploaded this lesson. This is a science lesson. So those of you are inclined to do a science activity can do this. The second link that I'm sharing is to a math lesson. So again, those who want to do math can do the second one. The third link, the one that I'm sharing now, is to a history lesson. And the final link that I'm sharing is to a lesson in English language. Okay. I just request the participants to see whether you are able to access these lessons.
Access is denied, ma'am.
Access is denied? All right,
Yeah.
let me just update it. Just give me a minute. Okay, the access has been updated. Please let me know whether you have access to these.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So may I request the tech team just to create 8 breakout rooms? And those who want, they can join that breakout room. And with your peers in that room, you may decide which lesson to access and what to work on. We are at 3:36 just now. You may not be able to do a very, very comprehensive or a detailed kind of a lesson plan or identify all the barriers and come up with solutions for everything. But let us attempt to do it for the next 7 minutes. So we join back at 3:45. So I request the tech team to manage the time.
Okay.
And ensure that everyone is back at 3:45 into the main room.
Yes. So invitation, please accept your invitation, participants, and join the room and start working. And we'll come back at
3:45?
3:45, okay.
Yes. So participants have already been put into rooms and some of them are joining, some of them they haven't joined. So we can assume that they are going to be doing this activity either with someone that they know or they're doing it independently.
স্যার অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ বিল্ডিং এ এসি লাগবে। মানে এটা কি ধরনের নিয়ম? লোকে কাজ করবে উইদাউট এসি, এত গরম হয়? বলে এটাই আমাদের নিয়ম।
It is 3:45, so should we just come back to the main room? Can I close all the rooms? So participants
Yes,
have,
they will come back.
yeah, just
Have
less
just
than a
closed
minute
it.
for them to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see gradually that the number is increasing in the main room. Okay, so we have sure, Priyanka, we'll just share it with you. I've shared the link for language. Okay, so I guess all the participants who are in the various breakout rooms are here. I'm completely aware that the time that we had was not adequate to sit and look at how we can break down our own barriers to our teaching and come up with solutions. However, what I want is participants, please, if you could share in the chat or you can unmute yourselves and tell us what was your thought process. I think at this point, that is all that we can do. We can try to understand what you were thinking when you saw that particular chapter and what you thought were the barriers to your own teaching, and at least one or two ways in which you could try to overcome that particular barrier by adopting the UDL framework. Any sharing? Any participants who would like to share their thoughts? Okay, dear. Okay, so you thought that there was a lot of reading to be done and pictures were useful and you would like to create a story. Great, use a graphic organizer. Wonderful.
Ma'am,
Yes, Sumita.
concept mapping would be helpful
Yes,
for science because the students have seen that lake in history and other chapters. Also, I have also seen when I visited. So, and main problem is 3 hours. They are weak in reading, writing. As you have given in your point also, writing is difficult, a long report, that is a problem. For that, picturing and concept making, what cloud could help.
Thank you. Thank you. I think at least we have started thinking about it. Smita, I think that you have raised your hand as well.
Yes, ma'am. So, in science subjects, the usual traditional approach that we have is obviously lecturing method. Students have to listen to the lecture, they have to write answers, they have to answer the questions that the teachers, giving. This is very challenging when it comes to, say, when you have like limited attention skills for reading, writing issues. Uh, Frankly, in science, and then you have very less visuals. Like even in the chapter that you had shared, there are very these kind of cartoon or these animated, few images that are there. That's it. That is all visuals that we usually get in traditional approach. But yes, when I think of it in terms of universal design, more flexibility, more visuals, maybe more visuals that are relatable. So rather than cartoon images, maybe more visuals that are relatable to us, actual visuals, and then making visits to, school visits to places to look at how water conservation is done, maybe in few places. Videos, obviously, from YouTube, preferably if it's Indian, because that is more relatable again. Because most videos that are there are American, the language is very difficult to understand. So
true.
yeah, that is the only thing that I could think of.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I think even if we start becoming aware of what the challenges are, we are prompted to go ahead and do something better. I can see some more comments here, and I think you all are able to read them as well. Open learning, where they are getting real life objects rather than videos, images, making shapes. I mean, lovely, lovely, lovely. Friends, I guess we are on the path to exploring this journey of universal design for learning. First, just acknowledging that problems can exist, challenges can be there, but most importantly, challenges can be addressed. They can be overcome. And I think, as teachers, we need to start looking at creating these resources which are so contextual to our to India. Resources, as rightly identified, are available, but are they Indian? Not too many. We need to ensure that it happens at least to some level. Okay. I'm going to share my screen again because we need to bring a closure to the session today. Now, there was also a discussion on, can we use AI to make learning more accessible? And absolutely yes. So this is my little attempt to demonstrate to you, and I'm sure many of you may already be doing it. Those who have yet not started this journey of using the AI to facilitate facilitate this teaching learning process should look into it. Now, like for example, I created this concept map using ChatGPT. So all that I needed to do was I needed to upload a good description of what I want. I needed to put in the key terms vis-a-vis what kind of an organizer or how the information needs to be represented. Now, as you can see, I've given very clear instructions that you create a concept map for types of cell division, include branches and sub-branches as required, use color where appropriate. Thinking about how information in science, or think about it, even geography, I can use this. I can use this for math. I can use it for EVS. I can use it for grammar. I can use a very simple AI tool like ChatGPT to help convert a lot of text into graphic organizers, but I need to be able to give the correct prompts. Using UDL, implementing UDL means a big learning curve for us. We start doing it, it's going to be easy. Another thing I attempted to do was create alternative text for an image. Now, this could be for a learner with visual impairment. So again, I just picked up some image, a random image, okay? So this is differences between mitosis and meiosis. So all learners are accessing this particular graphic, are understanding visually what is the difference between these two processes. But how does a child or a learner with visual impairment do it? I asked for an alternate text. So the alt text says a label diagram showing the differences between mitosis and meiosis. On the left, mitosis is illustrated with a single cell dividing once to produce two identical daughter cells. Do you see how beautifully, again, ChatGPT has been able to give a description of an image? As the need be, I can also tell ChatGPT to write the text which is appropriate for grade 2 or appropriate for grade 3. You know, I'm talking about the level of language, because a language could also be a big barrier for many of our learners. So using simple language to learn concepts which are grade appropriate is something that I can definitely do using ChatGPT. These are resources that I'm creating as I go along, and they become a part of my library. So I can create pictures using text. I can create all text using pictures. The same, I can use text to speech software, a speech to a text as required again. To be able to, of course, provide tactile inputs, I will require other kinds of tools. Easy to get these tools? Not really. Resources are required, but can we create it over a period of time? I think we can. I was trying to also create a choice board using a Gemini. I said, create a choice board for the topic on pollution. I can do this to engage the learners at different levels. I can also create this choice board as part of action expression. I can also use this so that the learners decide what they want to research on and come back. So I can use this as part of collaborative teaching learning activities. So what did I create? Again, I asked AI to create this choice board, and it came up with the children built a model of a water filtration system, or write a song or a poem about pollution and its impact, or design a game board for it, or research different types of pollutions, or create a poster illustrating the effects of pollution on the environment and human health. I think as learners, as teachers, if we have to be using AI to help create access through UDL for all our learners, we need to sit and start focusing by analyzing the content to be taught. Once we are able to analyze the content really well, we are able to see how they align to the competencies which are listed for each subject at each grade level and create opportunities for meaningful learning for our learners. I want you to explore the toy theater, Magic School AI, and Lucid Chart, and many more tools as per your convenience. And you see what of these you can incorporate in your classrooms. According to me, we can use the toy theater and many of the activities which are listed here for the primary school, for learners who require far more supports and who have learning challenges. The others, we need to be on our journey of exploration to identify how we can create more opportunities for representation, engagement, as well as action and expression. So as I end, I feel implementing UDL requires us to unlearn many beliefs, assumptions, and the teaching practices that no longer work. When we are able to acknowledge that a traditional teaching is not working, we are already on a path to thinking differently and creating and adopting a UDL framework. Thus, UDL pays it forward by consistently creating the best opportunities for all our learners. But to start with, you and I, as teachers, you and I, from special ed, who believe that inclusive ed is the way to go, should change our belief system, adopt UDL, and take everyone forward in their journey of learning. Thank you so much. I'm open to your questions, your comments, your suggestions, anything that you would like to share.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was truly a wonderful session, full of energy, interaction, and fresh perspectives. The hands-on activities and the way you brought everyone into the discussion made it such a fun and enriching experience altogether. It has really broadened our understanding about the UDL. I'm sure that everyone here is taking away not just the ideas, but also a sense of excitement about applying them. We are truly grateful for the time and effort you took to share your valuable knowledge with us today. We will now take a few questions from our participants. So, if anyone has any question, any thoughts you would like to share with our speaker, please you can unmute yourself and speak, or else you can write in the chat box anything you're comfortable with. Does anyone have any question? Please.
Okay, so in the chat, I'm able to see a question again from Smita. What is the difference between peer tutoring and peer coaching? Peer tutoring is a very, very formal system through which the peers are trained to teach their peer who requires that kind of a support. Whereas in peer coaching, they do not have any formal training vis-a-vis how the session needs to proceed and progress. But because they have learned some content a little maybe before the peer, we tell them, okay, you support this peer, you help this peer. And that is all that it is. So there is no formal introduction to the roles of the peer tutors and the peer tutees, or there is no mechanism to know how it is being implemented, but we are only and only using the peers as a support for another peer. So that was about the first. And how should we handle a situation where other students in an inclusive classroom feel unfairly treated because a classmate with writing difficulties is given the option to write? Okay. Now what you're asking about is not universal design for learning, but it is differentiated instruction. When you give the option, you provide the opportunity to all learners that you decide how you want to demonstrate your learning, then no one is going to feel that it is unfair. Right? So I may want to write, someone may have to do a multiple choice. Someone says that, oh, I want to do something else. I know being able to create all of this is very challenging. But at the same time, when you know that I can do this or this or this or this, sometime or the other, I will decide to use MCQs and not write a full-fledged answer. So that is also highly possible. I think creating this mindset and understanding about inclusion matters the most. When I understand, I learn that this is a platform which is going to help my peer progress better, I do not feel cheated. This is about taking a positive action towards inclusion. I think we need to change the narratives around the provisions which are available for children with disabilities, and not it not be projected as a privilege that they have, but as something which is required for them to really demonstrate that they're able to learn. So it is about creating awareness and changing the mindset. Okay. I think Mahalakshmi is asking, what is a choice board, where it can be used? Mahalakshmi, the choice board is used, as I said, in both the context. I can use it for differentiating instruction and specifically about differentiating the product. But at the same time, because action and expression also requires that you demonstrate your learning about a particular topic. As I've given the example here, I create this choice board on the topic of pollution after having delineated what my content is and saying, give me different ways in which the learners can show that they have learned this content. And then if I come up with a list of 5, 6, 7 different choices or options, I lay them open to the learners and say, you pick what you want. Because irrespective, you will be demonstrating your learning about that particular content. So I can use it for action expression. And because it is also adding to action expression, I may want to use it even during engagement. So I cannot say this is only specifically for action expression. It is completely up to me as a teacher to see how I want to use it to engage all my learners. But I can use it at two different levels. I hope I've answered your question, Mahalakshmi. Tasneem Fatima, I guess it is again about creating sensitization, doing activities. This kind of a change does not happen overnight. And lastly, Sayanthi, in school, the evaluation process is the summative one where students have to write board exam. I think we need to change a little focus from the final exam to the learning process. I do understand that these summative evaluations and the final exams and the board exams are crucial, but at the same time, if we do not provide opportunities for learning to take place and for learners to experience achievement, experience success, experience that there is a change, I think it will be futile to talk about summative. So let us focus on formative assessments first, formative evaluations first. Let our diverse learners experience the achievement and the success. And then we can start taking them towards the standards. But saying, ki, oh, nahi, we have to get this standard, so then how do I change this? Not a very inclusive approach. So summatives are important, but let us look at the formatives first. Shampa, I'm sorry, at this point, I have not explored any video AI. I would have been happy to do that, but sadly, I do not have that piece of information just now. Exploration will help. Okay. Thank you. So if there are any more questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, thank you, Antara ma'am, for having me here.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. I think lots of discussion was in between your session also. It goes on. And thank you so much, Dr. Apurva, for such an wonderful and engaging session with us. And I must say your presentation today, it's not only explained all the key aspects of UDL, but also brought to light its practical application in classroom realities. Something we all as educator, we continually strive to improve on that. And, sorry?
Situations.
Can't hear you. Just you mute yourself, please mute yourself. It will be difficult otherwise. So, okay, with this, we are closing our this session, both the session, and we look forward to your feedback, and more importantly to seeing how today's learning translate into your classroom practices. So let us continue working together towards building learning spaces where every student feels valued, supported, and empowered. Thank you once again, Dr. Apurva, and thank you all the participants for your active participation, engagement throughout this session. So
And thank you for bearing with me despite all the technological and the technical glitches that were happening on my side. So thank you for bearing with me for that.
Bye. Okay.
Second priority laptop.
Shravani, please mute yourself. Shravani, please mute yourself. Okay.
May I leave the session, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Apurva,
Bye,
madam.
everyone. All the
Thank you
best.
so much. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you,
So
ma'am. Thank you
now,
so much.
yeah, just see, we'll be sharing feedback form with you all, and this feedback form has some questionnaire as I already posted in the chat box. So you all have to fill this form, and after that only you will get the certificate of participation. Okay. So now it's over to Priyanka. Priyanka, please continue.
Ma'am, could you please also share this link in the WhatsApp group? For some reason, I'm not able to open the chat to access it.
Sorry. Yes,
Shravani,
Diya
please
Basu.
Ma'am, have you posted
Ma'am, I was
the
requesting that
feedback
could you
form?
send the feedback form in the WhatsApp group as well? In the B.Ed group?
No, I'll say you
Ma'am,
post
could
it in
you
the
please
chat
share
box.
the feedback form again?
No,
It's not showing it to me, so
Priyanka, I have not shared it. If the link is with you,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
please share in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
And yeah,
I have it. I'm sharing it right away.
okay. And if
Please give me
Antara, we
some
will be
minutes. I
getting
will
PPTs
just.
also, Antara.
yes,
Will we be getting the PPTs also for reference to go through the slides?
that will request our resource person.
Okay.
But we'll get you. I'll share you the not the PPT, but maybe the write up from them. I'll
Sure.
just request them for the PPT. If not, then I'll definitely share
Ma'am, I
you.
have just posted the feedback form link.
Yes. Feedback
Please,
link is
someone.
posted. Just
Ma'am,
check.
I'm not able to access the chat for some reason. It's a technical thing, it seems. How do I get the link? Okay.
Then that
Others
will be difficult.
can you please confirm if the link is working or not?
Yeah.
Those who can access the chat box.
Could you please confirm whether the link is opening or not? You have time till 8.
The link is opening.
Yeah, link is opening now.
Okay then. Mm, Priyanka, please share the mail ID. If there is any problem, you can mail us in our official mail ID also. I think you received a mail from for your link, those who have already registered. So you can contact in that mail ID already. Okay. Priyanka, please continue with for the vote of thanks. I think Pravesh sir is already joined. He is with
Yes, ma'am.
us. So it's at the end of our
Yes, ma'am.
session.
So now, as we have reached at the end of this beautiful, enriching workshop, I hope everyone enjoyed this whole workshop. To conclude the workshop, I invite Professor Probir Noshko sir, our Assistant Professor of Department of Special Education, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Priyanka. In the last content of the today's workshops is vote of thanks. So it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have made inconvenient to attend this workshop on universal design for learning concept and classroom applications. I'd like to express my profound gratitude Dr. Professor Devi Prasad Nath Chaudhary, Director School of Education, Netaji Subhash University, to inaugurate the program. I am also extremely grateful Dr. Abedananda Panigrahi, B.Ed Coordinator, School of Education, Netaji Subhash University, addressed the program. And I am also extremely grateful Srimati Antara Chaudhary, Assistant Professor Special Education Coordinator, M.Ed Special Education. She may cover about the theme of the program. Now, in main course, I thanks to Professor Preeti Verma Madam, Professors and Associated Dean, Founder Adrija, Center for Disability Studies, Inclusion and Employment. Madam expressed the topic, Concept of Universal Design Learning. Madam expresses, Universal Design for Learning is an educational framework that aims to make learning accessible and effective for all students. It emphasizes flexibility in teaching method, material, and assessment, addressing diverse learning needs. Also, Madam expressed, UDL promote three key principles, multiple means engagement, representation, and expression, ensuring every learner can participate meaningful and achievement academic success. Again, I great thankful Dr. Apurva Anishkar Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Special Education, SNDT Oman University, University of Mumbai. Madam expressed the topic application of UDL in inclusive classroom. Madam expresses universal design of learning in inclusive classroom ensure all students access, engage and express learning effectively. By providing multiple means representation, engagements and expression, UDL accommodate diverse abilities, learning style and needs. This flexible approach reduces barrier, promotes participation and foster equitable learning opportunities for students with and without disability in a safe. I thank all our delegates from different platforms who accepted our petition and given charitable of their time. Your participation, I am sure, will add depth the content and deliberations. Thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I want to state that we are grateful. We thank you for being us for a whole day. It's great pleasure. Thank you very much. Over to Priyanka. Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all our speakers, participants, and organizing team members for making this workshop a success. Before leaving, I would request every participant, please do not forget to fill the form. Only after filling the form, you will be getting your e-certificates. So this concludes our workshop on Universal Design for Learning, Concepts and Classroom Applications. Hope you had an enriching experience with us. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Take care.
Thank you so much for all your participation. Thank you, Priyanka, for the excellent.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That means a
Sorry,
lot
what
to me.
happened? Yeah, actually, you have conducted the session. Excellent. It was. Thank you so much, being a
Thank you
coordinator
so
of
much.
this program. So thank
Means a
you.
lot,
See
ma'am.
you all
Thank you.
again. So, and also thanks to Potit and his team for giving constant support, ICT support to all of us. Thank you so much. So you can close the session and we're leaving. Thank you.